下午的竞赛单元要登场的还有长拳。长拳这是中国武术中最具有代表性的北方拳种，以舒展大方、动作雄浑著称，已经成为数百万全球的青少年强身健体、磨练意志的首选的项目。长拳起源自明清时期，由茶、华、炮、洪四大名拳融合发展而成。明代抗倭名将戚继光在练兵时，将长拳系统的整理编入了纪效新书，成为重要的军旅拳法。典故比如说“长拳打法如箭射”，形象地描述了长拳快、准、狠的特点，一击制敌。长拳的文化体现出中华民族刚健有为、自强不息的精神，呼应了天行健，君子以自强不息的古训。习练长拳的关键在于手眼身法步的高度协调统一，劲力要求顺达通畅、腰马合一，节奏明快，但是暗藏爆发力。世界各地的青少年喜爱长拳，正是因为长拳的舒展豪迈的美，高难度的腾空翻越、旋风腿、连环腿法，以及落地无声的完美控制，展现出力量与速度的完美结合。长拳不仅强健体魄，更是培养青少年坚韧自信的品质。在全球范围内，长拳的广泛传播也传播着中华武术的阳刚之美。
长拳 is the most representative northern fist style in Chinese Wushu, celebrated for its expansive, graceful movements and powerful presence. It has become the preferred choice for millions of young people worldwide to strengthen their bodies and temper their characters. Changquan originated in Ming and Qing dynasties through the fusion of the four great northern fists, Cha, Hua, Pao, and Hong. Ming Dynasty anti-Prince General Taijiquan systematically refined it during military training and incorporated it into his record of military training. Turning into a vital battlefield art, the classic age, Changquan strike like the narrow shot, vividly capture its speed, precision, and decisive power. Casually, Changquan embodies the Chinese spirit of stress and the ceaseless self-improvement, echoing the ancient maxim, as heaven moves with vigor, so should a gentleman ceaselessly strive. Mastery requires perfect coordination of hand, eye, body, technique, and footwork. Power must flow smoothly, rest and stance must untie, and rhyme must be crisp yet conceal explosive force. Young athletes everywhere love Changquan for its bold, open beauty and the high-flying flips, rear wing kicks, and chain leg attacks, and silent landings as fuse stress and speed perfectly. Beyond physical coordination, Changquan nurtures resilience and confidence in use, spreading its masculine elegance of Chinese Wushu across the world.
下午登场的还有太极拳。太极拳是融合了道家阴阳哲理的经典的拳种，已经成为全球青少年的修身养性的文化窗口。太极拳明末由陈王庭创编，张三丰祖师悟道，传说流传至今。典故：太极10年不出门，一出尽惊天下的以柔克刚的深意。太极拳的文化核心，我们能够感受到的就是那种天人合一、阴阳平衡，既是武术，同时也是养生之道。
Taijiquan is a classic fist style that integrates Taoist yin-yang philosophy and has become a cultural gateway for millions of young people worldwide to cultivate both body and mind. Taijiquan was created by Chen Wangting in the late Ming Dynasty. The legend of Zhang Sanfeng attaining enlightenment remains widely told, and the saying, 10 years of Taijiquan keeps one indoors, but once revelated, it startles the world, perfectly express the art of conquering hardness with softness.
Ladies and gentlemen, the fourth session of the 10th World Junior Wushu Championships begins now. Please welcome the judges to the field of play. Now, let me introduce the technical officials of this session. Technical Delegate Jin Xiaobing from People's Republic of China. Chair of Jury of Appeals, Sharif Mustafa from Egypt. Vice Chair of Jury of Appeals, Li Yongqiang from People's Republic of China. Members of Jury of Appeals, Xiaoling Lu from the United States of America. Abdulrahman Senahi from Morocco. Shao Zhaoming from Australia. Taolu Chief Referee Lin Xiaomei from People's Republic of China. Taolu Assistant Chief Referee Rong Jun from Switzerland. Sonia Grindelou from Romania. Taolu number 1 field of play, head judge Jennifer Gu from Canada. Assistant head judge Huang Yanhui from Macau, China. Judge number 1, An Lu Guan from Brunei Darussalam. Judge number 2, Leonid Borisov from Ukraine. Judge number 3, Zhuo Haojun from Germany. Judge number 4, Ayat Soliman Hussein Ahmed from Egypt. Judge number 5, Manju Maharzin from Nepal. Judge number 6, Abdis Seropian from Netherlands. Judge number 7, Nick Huanghui from Vietnam. Judge number 8, Mayanamba Sachdananda from India. Taolu number 2 field of play, head judge Kupriyanova Tatiana. Assistant head judge Fang Xiaofen from France. Judge number 1, Kim Jong-nam from Republic of Korea. Judge number 2, Alexei Babenko from Kazakhstan. Judge number 3, Thornton Sayen from Philippines. Judge number 4, Lin Kim from Malaysia. Judge number 5, Shao Yingjian from People's Republic of China. Judge number 6, Alem Aydinian from Armenia. Judge number 7, Xiao Yongri from Chinese Taipei. Judge number 8, Zekra Yahdimchi Olu from Turkey. Sanda Field of Play. Sanda Chief Referee Iwanko from Indonesia. Sanda Assistant Chief Referee Muhammad Ridro Pukminijad from Islamic Republic of Iran. Sanda Head Judge Liang Yadong from People's Republic of China. Sanda Assistant Head Judge Marcus Alves from Brazil. Judge number 1, Binabani from India. Judge number 2, Peng Weiqun from Chinese Taipei. Judge number 3, Didier Wurhan from Turkey. Judge number 4, Jian Jihua from Macau, China. Judge number 5, Roberto Nel Astudillo from Philippines. Timekeeper Li Yongchao from People's Republic of China. Recorder Li Guangjing from People's Republic of China. Medical Supervisor Jia Tao from People's Republic of China. Sanda judges, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, Taolu number 1 field of play. Next girls, Boys Youth Gunshu Group A competition. Taolu number 2 field of play. Next girls, Boys Junior Nanquan competition. Sanda field of play. Next girls, Girls Youth 48 kilogram category competition. Please welcome the Taolu athletes. Wushu Sanda Girls Youth 48 kilogram category competition. Red side, Chenty Bowling from Vietnam. Blue side, Darani Natia Hesila from Canada. Please welcome the Sanda athletes. Taolu athletes, please return to the sideline. Taolu judges, please take your seats.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the 10th World Junior Wushu Championships. My name is Elijah, and I'm joined by Professor Zhu.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zhu Dong.
We will be your commentators for the 4th session of this competition, and our first event is the male boys category for the Gunshu, or the cudgel, followed by Taijiquan later on. Let's introduce our first athlete from Lebanon, Annabelle Hamdan.
Let's welcome our first athlete.
So the athletes competing currently are performing the third international compulsory set from the International Wushu Federation official Wushu Taolu routines. This is a compulsory form, therefore for the scoring and deductions there are no difficulty scorings, totaling for 7.0 as a perfect score for the quality of movements and an overall performance score maximum being 3.00 altogether, rounding to 10. As a butterfly kick into the cross-legged sitting stance.
There's a touch the body with a weapon. The third international Wushu competition routine cardio was created and designed based on the incorporations of classic cardio techniques from excellent traditional cardio routines. It strictly adheres to the principle and the trends of technical development of Wushu routines and the requirements of competition.
All right, thank you for our athlete from Lebanon. We shall now wait his final score.
This cardio routine has a logical choreography rich in content with good variety of cardio techniques, dynamic skills variation, and is of moderate level of difficulty. The entire routine is cleverly designed, smoothly connected, fluent and orderly with wrist and force, twist and turns.
All right, we have our final score for Annabelle being 6.766, currently placing in first as our first athlete of the category.
There are several stances, deduction points, such as 53, 52, that is the crouching stance, horse stances.
All right, up next, representing Brazil, we have Albert and Lanhong. Right, good aerial into the tornado kick, cross stance.
Okay, lotus jump with a bow stance. Okay, very good.
Very clean landing on that bow stance.
Jumping butterfly, very good.
To the cross-legged sitting stance there.
The empty stance has some problem. If you see the correct one, that is should shift the weight on the supporting leg, that is on right leg. But this athlete just share his body weight on 2 feet, 2 legs. So this is not very correct. Why he has to do that? But he doesn't have the strong lower strength. Therefore,
Ankle and hip strength for sure.
Yeah.
Yes, for that empty stance. The reason why we call it empty stance too is because there should be no weight. You should be able to lift up, and your front leg should be empty.
Yeah,
in a sense.
that means his front foot can lift immediately, but according to his empty stance, cannot.
Yes. All right, we have our final scores: 7.976 with a deduction 80, 70A 53, and a 73.
So the 53, that is his crouching stances. Crouching stance is deducted.
Up next from China, Hong Kong, we have Lei Wongchun.
Very good starting.
Very good opening with those horizontal sweeps. Jumping front snap into the tornado kick. Splits.
This is no problem.
Very light, floating and effortless jumps so far. As well as that jumping lotus kick into the bow stance, very clean. Overall, very beautiful jumps so far. So we approach the last section of his routine. Teammates in the background screaming "Jiayou" to push for this very last section.
Okay, very good.
Good empty stance.
And with a perfect hand forward.
All right.
So his basic skill is very good.
Yes,
Very
definitely
strong.
see the foundations. Very strong performance from our athlete representing China, Hong Kong. All right, we have our new first place contender with a final score of 9.096 with one deduction being number 22.
Yeah, the 22, that is the front split.
Up next from Benin, we have Jeanne Osei Ko Jega.
Oh, the jump is very high.
Very high jumps.
Yeah.
All right, and the tornado kick into the front split.
He can do the front split. Yeah, very good.
The jumping lotus kick.
Yeah, no problem. At least his kicking legs very high over the shoulder, right?
Yes, we can definitely tell the physical condition of this athlete is quite
good. Yes.
Yes.
But the basic skill still need to be improved. You see his hand position. Yeah, just like that. Should really just vertical position.
Yes,
So-
when we talk about the palm technique in Wushu, you have to fully flex your wrists so your fingers are pointing completely vertical, as well as keeping all of your fingers tightly wound together. Overall, a very good display of his strength and conditioning. He doesn't seem tired whatsoever.
Yeah, very good performance.
Yes.
And also coach need this kind of talent athletes, so it's easy to instruct.
All right, so we have our final score being 7.753. All of the deductions being ones we mentioned before. We have 64, 53, 32, 22, 70B, and 53 again.
So regarding the 64, that is a kind of the 平轮棍. It's a horizontal cardio windmill waving. That is a overhead sweep. So it's not horizontal, so it can be deducted by the judge.
Yes. So you're mentioning about those foundational techniques still need to be improved. But up next from Niger, we have Abdullah Ego Mahamadou. We have the jumping front kick.
It's very flexible.
Yes.
Even his landing is not the first time immediately to split, but
Didn't stick the landing there, but the bow stance was good nonetheless.
there is a kind of the routine forget. He forgot a little movement, so he's still not familiar with the routine. According to it's just
slip up with the hand there.
loss of his grip.
Mm-hmm. Especially when these athletes are on the stage, maybe when they practice each move individually, they won't lose their grip, but as soon as they add speed and power and are in front of judges with all these nerves, it's very easy for the cudgel to slip out of the hands. Still a very good performance from Abdullah. Now we await his final score. We have our final score being 6.853, currently placing in fourth. And again, they had judge deduction for code 80.
The 80, that means already changed the direction, or just missed the movement.
Yes. All right, up next from Indonesia, we have Azael Christo Jacob Ronda Newell. Very strong opening. jumping front kick,
Very
the
good.
aerial, very high jumps, and tornado kick split.
Perfect landing.
Right, and the jumping lotus kick into the bow stance.
Good.
Right. Butterfly into the cross leg sit. All right, very clean first half of his routine.
This athlete just has both the explosive power and the flexibility.
Yes, very important for the Changchuan category of weapons. All right, and a clean finish there. Another very promising performance from our athlete representing Indonesia. We have our final score currently placing in second, 9.013, with another deduction being 22 again. That again is the falling into the front split from that tornado kick deduction there.
Yes, actually you feel his front split is very good, but literally the two legs as a parallel straight line. So if there are any angle between the two legs, will be deducted.
And up next, representing the United States of America, we have Raiden Gunawan.
This athlete's performance is good so far, yeah. And his front split might be problem. The others is no problem. It's a very good landing.
Moving to the fast combination section of the routine to display the foundational skills and speed of the third international compulsory set. Butterfly kick into the cross-leg sitting stance. Great display of flexibility there.
This athlete also has a body technique, so we call it senfa. You can see each student's stance. He can show his body lean a little forward. This is what we call is a senfa.
And the last empty stance into that, sweeping into the bow stance
Very
to
good.
finish his routine. Very good. Seems Raiden has quite the history practicing Wushu competitively training and competing all of these Changchuan events with a final score of 9.026, currently placing in second. Again, deduction 22, like we mentioned before, on that front split. Up next, representing Great Britain, we have Kihan Chen.
Very good basic skill. The core strength is very strong. See,
Moving to the jump, jumping front kick, very high into that aerial. Effortless jumps so far.
yeah, very good.
All right, the jumping lotus kick into the bow stance, clean landing on that.
The darting cardio also is very fast and clean. The rhythm he just performs is nice.
Right, and that butterfly.
The cross sitting stance is a little problem.
And a empty stance to round off his routine.
Very good.
Still another strong performance, very competitive in the Gunshu category this afternoon.
Yes. Another high score, yeah.
He actually has quite the history as well. All right, we have our final score, 8.746, currently placing in fourth with deductions 53, 70B, and 53 again.
But for him, he just didn't get the 22 deduction points, right?
Yes, no deduction for that
But
front split.
53, that is the crouching stance. He has a 2. That is his squatting neck is not full squat, not contact in his calf.
Up next, representing China, Macau, we have Yang Kahin.
Okay, let's see his crouching stance with a casual slam. For that athlete, because he wants to fast, so he didn't full squat. So the crouching stance, that is be deducted twice.
Jumping lotus kick to the bow stance there. We're definitely witnessing a very strong and promising future for Wushu through these young, talented athletes.
Yeah, this is for sure. Yeah, a lot of new faces appear in the competition field.
Yes, many new faces getting ready for those Olympic Games later on in Dakar. All right, and thank you from our athlete representing China, Macau. Another wonderful performance. We have our final score, 8.890, deductions 53 and 70A, currently placing in fourth.
53, that is the crouching stance again.
Yes, and 70A is the torso sway. Up next, we have from the People's Republic of China, we have Lin Yi-lei.
Very good. Cardio technique.
It's very sharp and precise.
Yeah.
Power all the way to the end of the cudgel.
Very good.
Clean jumps. And the tornado kick into the front split.
Yeah, front split is no any deduction point.
Jumping lotus kick.
Perfect.
That bow stance, perfect landing in that bow stance.
You see, overhead sweeping is this technique is quite good. Close to the head and fast.
Yeah, so far his horizontal kanmil or cudgel windmill waving with the one hand. Ball very clean and very horizontal. All of his horizontal sweeps are very horizontal. So there should be no deductions there.
Empty
Good empty
stance.
stance. To round up his routine, another strong performance from our athlete representing the People's Republic of China. Final score 9.263, currently placing in first with no deductions across the board.
The overall performance score is a 2.263.
The highest we've seen so far.
Yeah, generally, if the athletes have this kind of the overall performance score is number one.
Yeah.
2.2. Yeah.
Surpassing that 2.0 mark is already very difficult.
Yeah.
And up next from Singapore, we have Kulues Yutao. Opening single-handed sweep.
Also very good.
Jumping front snap into the aerial and tornado kick splits.
The front split.
Yes.
It's a front foot turned inward.
And that bow stance landing to round off his jumps into the first section of this routine.
The physical condition of this athlete is also very, very good and a very powerful athlete, and also flexible.
Yes, definitely embodies the
speed is increased immediately and the stop stillness.
Yes.
The cudgel is very close to his body when he do this movement. Yeah, this technique is really good.
We round up the form with an empty stance and that sweep into the bow stance. Thank you to our athlete representing Singapore.
Really
a great
good
performance. Just a little slip up there on that front split. Have a final score currently placing in second at 9.150.
Very good score.
Surpassed that 2.0 mark, like we were saying before, for the overall performance score, with a performance score of 2.150. Up next, representing Argentina, we have Patricio Martin Baldes. right approaching the jumps, the jumping front into the aerial, and the tornado kick 360.
And then he landed with the horse stance, a little skip after landing. Okay.
A little bit of a skip there on that bow stance landing as well.
Sometimes, the landing with a skip is a kind of protective movement to protect from the high impact after the athletes fall on the ground.
Yes, these movements are very dangerous, and that's why the use of the official competition mat is so important. And not only that, how athletes land to protect their joints is important as well. All right, and the final empty stance into that sweep. The staff above the head into the bow stance. And the routine is completed. Thank you from our athlete representing Argentina. So in the compulsory routines, when athletes change one of the jumps, maybe it's supposed to be splits in the original form, and they change it to something like a horse stance, what do you know the judges will deduct on that?
Yeah, this is an alternative, I guess, because for some athletes, their flexibility is very limited, so this is a tolerance. But if athletes just change the other movement, or the miss will be deducted by the assistant head judge.
I see.
You see, several athletes just perform the tornado with the horse stance.
Yes, we saw another athlete earlier.
Yeah, but the compulsory routine, that is a front split.
Yeah. All right, we have our final score. 6.773, currently placing in 11th with that deduction number 80, like we were talking about. Using an alternative movement to replace another movement in a compulsory routine.
Yeah, he changed the compulsory movement, so he get deduction. And regarding the 64, that is his cardio technique, his overhead sweeping, we call it. That is the not vertical, it's
the horizontal
horizontal
cardio windmill
yeah,
with the single hand, yes, the one-handed one, yes.
Yeah.
All right.
平轮棍.
We were already on to our next athlete from India, Nikhil Non-Maithan. Very high, clean jump there. The jumping front into the aerial and tornado kick split. Get ready for the jumping lotus.
Very good.
Beautiful landing.
The athletes from India, their level is very good.
Yes, we've been seeing a lot of quite strong performances from our athletes representing
Yeah.
India these past couple sessions.
Yeah, the Taiji, the Kaju, and then Changquan.
Yes, all very strong performances. A first-hand display of the development of Wushu in India at this competition here. Another great performance.
We know several countries, they are very good at the Wushu, such as Indonesia, Philippines, and Malaysia, Singapore. But recently, we see the level is increased in India.
All right, we have our final score, 8.843, currently placing in 7th with deduction 22.
The overall performance score is also very high.
Yes, he got a 1.9.
1.943.
And up next, representing Indonesia, we have Abbas Abdullah Lufti.
Okay, let's see the performance. The result of the athletes from the Indonesia.
Strong opening. Jumping front into the aerial and tornado kick split. Great display of power and flexibility in this first section. Jumping lotus into the bow stance. Good landing there. All right, there we go. Great performance from our athlete representing Indonesia. Very clean with those jumps.
Yeah, very good cardio techniques.
Yes, there we go. We have a final score of 9.006 with one deduction, number 73, but an overall performance score of 2.106, a very high overall score.
Yeah, it's pity that 73, that is the weapon touch the body or just touch his clothes, costume. This is kind of the other error.
All right, up next, representing Japan, we have Keito Genki. Very high jumps.
Yeah, the jump is very high and the land is really good. Any deduction for his front split.
Floating in the air. And a very good landing. It always seems like for these higher level athletes that they don't like the ground very much. They like to stay in the air for quite a long time.
Yeah. This athlete is also...
very close to the border there.
It's strong and explosive power and also flexible. It's a really good talent athlete.
Yes, if you joined us the other day, we were talking about how difficult it is for coaches to find Changchuan category talent because they need to find athletes that are both flexible and strong. It's easy to find one or the other. But if you can have a good balance of both, you have your Changchuan athletes. And furthermore, the Gunshu athletes. clean, empty stance.
Very good. The 50 and the 53. That is yeah.
We have our final score being 8.910 with the 2 deductions, 53 and 50.
The 50, this is a bow stance after his jumping butterfly, jumping lotus kick, and his bow stance a little bigger. And 53, that is the crouching stance. When he land on Kaju with the crouching stance, that is, yeah, he didn't full squat.
Up next from the Republic of Korea, we have Lee Yoon-sung.
Oh, very good. Oh, it's pity. Just skipped after landing. I think the deduction for the crouching stance is correct, because a lot of athletes, when they land the kaju and the crouching stance, they didn't do the crouching stance. They just squat there. They squat their 2 legs there, and the movement looks really ugly. Yeah. So should strictly require the crouching stance.
Yes, in this compulsory routine. A lot of the athletes today, they seem to be using the crouching stance just as a transition movement into another movement, so as to make their movements look a little bit faster, but it is required that you do the full crouching stance to get the full score, no deductions on that. Still a great performance from Lee Yoon-sung. We have our final score, 8.890, currently placing in 8th with a deduction 70B and 53. He also surpasses the 2.0 mark with his overall performance. Just a couple deductions. And up next, we have our athlete representing Australia, Yong Shi. Change that aerial to a cartwheel with a single hand, and we have the jumping tornado into a split. And the jumping lotus into the bow stance. One of the difficulties too about this age group of youth athletes is, a lot of them are starting to grow, and their legs and their muscles might be getting longer, and they might be losing some of their flexibility compared to when they were little kids.
It's true that is since they just grew up and taller, so still need to focus on their flexibility. So But you know, most athletes, they don't like the stretching because it's tough and sore.
All right, and there's a performance from Yong Lishi representing Australia. Let's wait for his final score. We have our final score, 7.680, currently placing in 14th. Deductions across the board being 64, 53, 30, 71, 22, and 32. Up next, representing Romania, we have Andre Mario Nedelia. Right, we're finishing up the jumping section of the routine. That last jumping lotus kick into the bow stance. Okay. Butterfly into that cross leg sit. That wraps up Andre's routine. Thank you to our athlete representing Romania. Final score, 8.353, currently placing in 12th with deductions 22, 70A, 52, and 70B.
Yes, 52, that is an empty stance.
And up next from Sri Lanka, we have Hili Lianar to the Virun Patika Senervieti.
Yeah, this leg is really long.
They have to give us a challenge when we're casting here today. Very powerful sweep from his staff techniques so far. Move into the jumps, jumping front into the aerial.
Good. Oh, good.
All right, good landing there. And that tornado kick into the front split. One more jump left. Lotus kick to bow stance. All right, very good.
Oh, the technique of this starting and running is really good. The horizontal windmill wave is not too bad. But not horizontal.
Finishing up the routine, really has to push himself here. See the athlete starting to run out of power. Held that empty stance. All right.
Good.
Clean finishing. Really pushed himself to the limit there. We have our final score, 8.660 with a deduction 70B.
Yeah, it's pretty good for this kind of result. Only one deduction.
Yes, only one deduction. Which means his coach and his training has shown to teach him all of the foundational requirements for competitions. And up next from Rwanda, we have Mugisha Francois. Jumping front into that aerial. Very close to the border there. All right, into that tornado kick split. Completed the jumps nonetheless. Have one left to go to that difficult bow stance landing. All right, he landed that quite well actually.
Yes. Very good. Oh, it seems he used his hand to support.
He was fast. Let's see if the judges caught that.
You know, some kids, they don't understand. They suppose this is very nature, so they support their body to stand up. But
Yes.
he would get deduction if this is a real additional support.
Yes. One of the general rules for any of the movements in Wushu is the hands never touch the ground. There are some exceptions to these, like the liu dating or the kip up, where the athletes slap the ground. But generally speaking, the hands should never touch the competition mat. Otherwise, it is considered the deduction for supporting yourself. And we have our final score, 7.443, currently placing in 17th.
Yeah, there's a 71. That's additional support.
Deduction number 71, like we said.
I can tell this athlete is very powerful.
Yes, just from that opening there, very strong sweeping movement. Jumping front, aerial. And
very
split.
good. Oh, very good landing.
Good jumps so far from our athlete. And this is our athlete representing Kazakhstan. This is Andijan Mukhamutov. Last final push. All right, and another strong performance as we begin to wrap up our first group for the Gunshu category. We have 2 athletes left before we move on to the second group, which will also be Gunshu.
Oh, very good. High score.
Yes, very high score, putting him in the currently top 6 placings with a final score of 9.026. No deductions across the board.
Yes.
Up next is our athlete representing Morocco, Ryan Boukcheb.
The crouching stance will be deducted by the judge.
This is what we've seen as a very common theme today,
And
is that specific crouching stance.
The front split also, he bent his rear leg.
Jumping lotus.
Oh, good.
Okay, good bow stance there. Seems like today for the boys category, the jumping lotus kick into that bow stance.
Yeah, if you can tell the athletes whether it's already have long history of the long time training of this kaju, you just see the hand position where he holds his kaju. If he holds the end of the kaju, okay, this is a beginner. You see this? Because he's still not familiar with the center weight of the kaju. So that means the athlete should familiar with the kaju and really understand and make the kaju and the weapon and himself as a whole thing. So empty stance.
Right, and we have that final movement to close his routine. Thank you to our athlete representing Morocco. Let's await his final score. We have our final score, 7.553, currently placing in 18th.
So most deduction points is on his stances. That is empty stance and crouching stances.
All right, and now we have our final athlete for the first group. We have Alexander Charanav. Great opening. What do you think about that crouch stance?
Crouch stance?
It's hard to say.
It's hard to say because I just didn't notice.
And that's one of the things, right? A lot of these athletes are getting deducted on that stance for it's fast. It transitions directly into their jumps later on.
Yeah, 90.
Very floating like a butterfly there with that butterfly kick.
For this crouching stance, it's no problem.
Absolutely no problem on that one.
But yeah, for the first few days with the slam, okay, cannot guarantee he get deduction or not. Let's see.
It takes a lot of strength to slam the staff on the ground into a full crouch stance and also have enough explosive power to jump straight up into the next movement. So we'll see what the judges have to say. And the crouching stance specifically is very important to the Gunshu techniques. All right, we have our final score, 8.973, currently placing in 8th with 2 deductions, 22 and 70A.
So no crouching stance deduction?
Yeah, I thought his crouching stance was pretty clean overall.
Yeah. Okay, we are move on the next group.
Yes, that concludes our Boys Youth Gunshu Group 1. Now we are moving on to the second group for, again, the Boys Youth Gunshu, or the cudgel. Let's welcome our athletes onto the stage. If the audience watching would also like to participate with us in determining whether or not these athletes get a high score, you can tell based on some of the deduction patterns we've been seeing throughout the first group category. The biggest one being 53, the crouching stance. And then, of course, the jumps provide a lot of difficulty for some of these athletes.
In the 10th World Junior Wushu Championships opened in Tianjin on March 25, the event consists of the 3 groups, children, cadets, and juniors. A total of 66 events for men and women are in Taolu, and 7 events in Sanda, with 83 gold medals to be awarded.
All right, it looks like we are getting ready for our first athlete to join the stage. It is Alan Liu, representing Canada. This is our first athlete for our second group. We have a total of 25 athletes in this youth category for the second group, and 26 in the previous one, so quite a great showing. Not only is it 25 different athletes, but it is 25 different countries as well. Right, there we go with that aerial into the tornado kick split. Jumping lotus kick to the bow stance. And the final jump, the butterfly kick into the cross-legged sitting stance. Comes the final push of this routine. All right, a great opening performance from our athlete representing Canada in this second group of Gunshu. We have our final score, 8.933, currently in first, with 2 deductions being the same, number 53.
Yeah, it's a little pity because his overall performance score is a very high. Yeah.
Overall performance score of 2.123. Just a couple of small deductions there on what we've been mentioning. The most common deductions today being number 53 on that crouching stance.
Let's welcome the next athlete from Belgium. His name is Robo Aslam.
Jumping front to aerial. Very effortless aerial there. And to the tornado kick splits. Jumping lotus into the bow stance. He made a little bit of a face there. That's why it's important for these athletes, no matter the nerves and the high pressure of the competitions, even if they make a mistake, you have to keep focused.
Yeah, sometimes they just lack of the competition experiences, so just make some mistakes. Yes, this kind of the mistakes is hardly to see during their daily training, so the coach cannot find the chance to see this kind of problem and overcome them.
Yes, let's give Robbie a final jiayo for his ending section. Needs to push. All right, and a strong finishing there with those last couple of movements. That's why the competition environment is a great learning experience for these young athletes. They are putting themselves in these high pressure situations. Their heart may be racing, but their mind needs to stay calm. And it's important to take all of these as learning experience and to continue on to improve. No matter what. That is the spirit of Wushu. You have to learn from your mistakes and keep going.
Yes. So that is also, sometimes we call it Kung Fu. That is, it takes time, long time, and you just gain slowly.
All right, we have our final score, 7.766, with those deductions we talked about, 73 and 71. .73 is when there's a loss of grip or the weapon intentionally makes contact with the floor. And 71 is the additional support deduction. And up next, we have our athlete representing Argentina, Maximo Leiva.
So our athletes from the South America still have a long way to go and a lot of rooms to be improved. The characteristic of the cardio that is a brave, fierce, and unrestrained, with majestic momentum, showing bodies in bold and open movements, chopping, flicking, swinging, and sweeping, with force penetrating to the cardio tip. Each move is precise in force application and full of explosive power.
Not only do the athletes need to focus on their explosive power, but have to focus on the accuracy of their movements too. And thank you, Maximo from Argentina. Have our final score, 7.446, currently placing in third, with deductions 50, 53, 65, and 22, and 70B.
Yeah, 65, that is uppercut, upper 提撩棍 uppercut technique. Vertical uppercutting.
And up next from Ethiopia, we have Nathaniel Hagos.
Oh, very good.
Very clean jumps, great explosive power from this athlete. A little bit of
additional
support there from the staff holding hand during that tornado kick into split. Nonetheless, the clean jumping lotus kick into bow stance to round up his jumps.
The quality of movement is good, and also cardio technique is clear and correct, but have some tiny mistake. Oh, not tiny. Right now, another additional support,
Yes.
and he also has a loss of grip. Oh, 2 times.
Yes.
So sometimes it's two nerves, so it's easy to loss of the grip.
Especially when you don't have time to think when you're doing these full routines, and as soon as you make one mistake, it kind of throws you off balance, and you could get kind of kicked out of maybe a flow state and kind of snowballs into more mistakes.
And so that is should learn from the competition experiences.
Yes, the only way to get better in the competition settings is to compete more and more. But overall, we can definitely determine that this athlete has a strong explosive power capabilities. Just needs to work on some of the nerves and maybe flexibility a little bit. We have our final score, 7.413, currently placing in fourth. Deductions 71 and 73 a couple times, as well as 53 as the most prominent deductions.
Yeah, 53, that is a loss of grip, and 71 is additional support 2 times. That he just lose his grip also 2 times.
And up next from Switzerland, we have Alario Giahao Long. very high jumping front kick there.
Very good landing.
Jumping lotus. Bow stance, very clean landing to round up those jumps in the first section of his routine.
The approaching stance is not very correct. When he slam, it's a kajo.
Yes, in order to make sure the judges do not deduct you for that crouching stance, you have to be as low as you possibly can and make it as obvious that you're in crouching stance. And sometimes when you're going fast, it's hard to focus on those things. And now we push the final section of the routine. The final push for the athlete. Again there with that crouching stance.
Yes.
The level his hips were at for his crouching stance was actually around the same level as what empty stance should be.
Yeah,
crouching stance needs to be low.
Yeah, it's about the flexibility of his ankle and the groin.
Yes.
So we need to develop
Ankle and hip flexibility, which is very difficult, especially for these growing athletes. We have our final score, 8.360, currently in second with the deductions 53, quite a few times, 30 and 22. 53 again is the most common deduction we've seen in the Gunshu category, being the crouching stance deduction. Up next from the Philippines, we have Gabriel Matthew Kwa.
I don't know whether his flying kick, toes is overshoot or not, but looks just close to that position. The jumping front kick.
Yes, that jumping lotus kick was quite clean landing on that bow stance.
I guess the lotus kick is no problem, but the jumping
crouching
front
stance,
kick.
crouching stance right there, the back heel was actually off of the ground. So again, with the ankle and hip flexibility we've been talking about for these Changchuan athletes.
The crouching stance again, he didn't fold his thigh with the calf.
And the final empty stance into the bow stance to round up the routine. Thank you, Gabriel from the Philippines. Let's await his final score. 8.526, currently placing in second with deductions 70B, 22 and 30. A double deduction there, 70B. Up next from Malaysia, we have Lee Ron.
this athlete looks very good. The speed is nice.
Great coordination as well to complement his agility. Very clean.
Good front split.
Yes. One more jump in this first section. The jumping lotus kick to the bow stance. All right.
Very good.
Great precise foundational techniques as well from the staff basics. Butterfly into that cross-legged sit.
His endurance is very good. At the end of the last section, still can increasing his speed for the uppercutting.
Yes, we can always tell how much these athletes train their endurance based on how fast they perform their final section. If the athletes are still able to go full power like they have been going for the first 3 sections of the routine and able to consistently perform at that level, then we have what our athlete has right now, which is a final score of 9.40, 1 deduction 70A, but with an overall score of 2.190, very high on the overall performance score there, currently putting him in first place. Up next from Hungary, we have Konrad Elis Verev.
Because the jumping front kick, his kicking legs a little lower. And the front split is not formed.
And a little bit of a skip there on the back leg as well for the jumping lotus into the bow stance. We've talked about the focus and importance of being powerful and having a lot of strength when competing in the Gunshu category and flexibility. But knowing when to use the power and having proper rhythm as to slow down when you need to be slow and to speed up when you need to be fast. It's also a very, very important aspect of competing in Wushu Taolu. And thank you from our athlete representing Hungary. We have our final score, 7.290. Currently placing in 8th with deductions 50, 53, 30, and 22, quite commonly across his entire routine, as well as 70B. Up next, from Greece, we have Yorgos Lamposis.
Good. Good starting.
Yes, good opening. Very powerful horizontal sweeps so far. Very strong athlete.
Yeah, looks very strong.
Moving into the jumps.
Yeah,
jumping
the
front.
jump is good.
And into aerial, very clean aerial there. Into the tornado kick, split.
Oh.
One more jump to wrap up this first section is the jumping lotus to bow stance.
Very good. And he just moved his rear foot.
Back leg,
that is
yes.
can be considered as a skip.
Yes.
So this is a 70B.
Butterfly into that cross-legged sit. Moving into the final section of the routine, the athlete needs to push himself. And empty stance to round up his routine. Into the overhead sweep and bow stance finish. Clean finishing there. Overall, a pretty great performance from Jurgis representing Greece. All right, we have our final score, 7.870, currently placing in 5th with deductions 53, 30, 22, 70B, 73, and 53 and 50 again. Up next, representing Singapore, we have Teo Jiahao Lucas.
I still remember yesterday he just competed for the Changquan, so this also is very good effort. Let's take a look.
Great jump so far. That splits. All right, let's move into the final jump. Jumping lotus kick into the bow stance. Slide. And a loss of grip there on the staff. Regardless, staying focused throughout the rest of this routine. Into the butterfly kick and the cross. Sitting stance, very good landing there. Another loss of the grip on the staff right there. Final section. Full crouching stance there and a empty stance into the overhead sweep and bow stance to round up his routine. All right, thank you from our athlete representing Singapore. Final score 8.680, currently placing in 3rd. Deductions 22, 70B, and 73. 73 showed up twice. That was when he lost grip 2 times throughout his routine. And as well as 70B during that jumping lotus kick into the bow stance. Up next from Chinese Taipei, we have Chen Bugong. And good landing on that bow stance there. Another strong first half.
Yes, his cardio techniques is very good. The athletes from the Chinese Taipei. Uppercutting techniques very good and close to body and very fast.
And a final empty stance to round up his routine. Clean finishing. And a strong performance from our athlete representing Chinese Taipei, Chen Bugong. We have our final score, 9.003, with an overall performance score of 2.103, currently placing in second, and one deduction, number 22. 22 again is the deduction on the front split. Up next, representing Singapore, we have Ng Caleb Bin Rong.
Very good. The athletes from Singapore.
High jumping front kick. That tornado kick split. One more jump to round off his first section. All right.
Very good.
Very great cudgel technique so far.
See, his darting cardio is very tight and very fast, just like the the storm ring, the thunder ring, like that.
Yes, that's what we call it, the darting techniques. Another great embodiment of the spirit of Wushu and Gunshu, the cudgel through this athlete.
Okay, final score is a 9.016.
One deduction being number 22, currently placing him in second with a overall performance score of 2.116. And up next, representing Afghanistan, we have Mohammed Solomon Karoki. And there will be a deduction there for changing the movements from this compulsory routine. One thing to mention too about maybe why some of the athletes have to change to horse stance from a front split is maybe not having access to the competition mats.
You know, when the athletes just land the kaju, and he should cover the end of the kaju. His hand is at the end of the kaju. Otherwise, if he lifts any handle, it's very easy to touch the ground. So the stand technique is quite important for the athlete. You can see he lift the handle when he's land. There's another one you will see. Oh.
Facing the wrong direction there.
Yeah, this direction is
reversed.
Yeah. It's not. See this slant, right?
Yes.
It's not easy.
No,
you know, I saw him just took part in the Wushu training course in January, and he still couldn't remember the routine, and the coach asked him to do the uppercut practice, the technique.
Just have to take it as a learning experience as an athlete. And a lot of these things really do just take time and experience coming to these competitions frequently and practicing frequently as well. You have to put those hours in for sure. All right, we have our final score, 6.583, currently placing in 13th with 4 deductions, number 80 from the head judge.
His overall performance score is quite low.
Up next from Malaysia, we have Taijiquan. Strong opening. Jumping front into the aerial and tornado split.
Very good.
One more jump to round up. Jumping lotus in the bow stance. Very stable landings there overall on his jumping section. All right, a very beautiful butterfly kick into that cross-legged sitting stance. And we approach the final section of the casual routine. Athlete shows no sense of being tired whatsoever. Very effortless looking movements across his entire routine, and a clean finish to round up our athlete from Malaysia performance. Final score 8.866 with an overall performance score of 2.066 and 2 deductions 22 and 73.
The 73, that is the weapon, the casual touch the body or clothes or touch the ground.
And up next we have Artem Blushk. Very powerful movements so far.
Yeah, very strong body.
Clean jumps across the board. One more to round up this first section. Jumping lotus kick. Into bow stance. Slight
skip. He's a powerful athlete.
Very powerful athlete. We can hear the staff slams and the wind coming from the horizontal sweeps all the way across the stadium. A very beautiful butterfly kick into the cross-legged sitting stance there. Good crouching stance. Final section. And the final empty stance. Display of still having leg strength after completing his routine. Very great performance from Artem. Let's see what his final score is in a moment. Final score 8.720, currently placing in 6th with a overall performance score of 2.120, quite high, but for deductions 53, 70B, and 22. Up next, representing Egypt, we have Yosef Rami El Samad Mohammed. Jumping front to the aerial. And tomato kick split, clean landings. Yeah. And a great bow stance there to wrap up his first section of jumps. Butterfly kick into the cross-legged sit.
So far, the athletes has performed very good and cannot find any very obvious mistakes.
We'll just have to see what the judges say about his first couple crouch stances. And a very clean empty stance into that final overhead sweep bow stance to round off his routine. Let's await his final score.
Yes. let's see his final score. We'll see his
His final score 8.906, currently placing in 5th with 1 deduction. I mentioned before, the crouching stance deduction, code number 53. And up next from Australia, we have Fan Ao Kong.
Judging from his entering to the field, we can find he's an experienced athlete.
Yes, the lightning gaze in the eyes for these Changchuan category of weapons. Clean jumps. And tornado kick split. One more to round off the first section. Jumping lotus into bow stance.
It seems he missed the stepping. Did you hear the sound of the stepping?
It wasn't completely obvious to us all the way across the stadium. We'll have to see what the judges.
Yeah, it's too far from our position. But his performance is good, right?
Overall, his staff techniques and his foundation.
But his jump is just not. So that means his lower leg, lower extremity is not very powerful.
But very clean staff techniques.
Yes, his cardio techniques is very good.
And one last empty stance to round up his cardio routine. Thank you from Australia, Fan Ao Kong. Right, we have our final score 8.753, currently placing in 7th. A deduction scores being 30 and 22. But an overall performance score of 1.953, which is quite high. Very close to that 2.00 mark we've seen a lot of our top ladder athletes surpassing.
Yeah, I think the 30, that is, I mentioned, he's missing his slapping for the jumping tornado kick.
And up next from Tunisia, we have El Mabrouk Rafed. Another powerful athlete. Some strong jumps to start off his routine. Jumping lotus into the bow stance. One final section remains. and empty stance. Into the overhead sweep and a bow stance to wrap up his routine. Very strong athlete from Tunisia.
Final score, 8.433, currently placing in 11th with deductions 30, 70B twice, and 22. Up next, representing Lebanon, we have Joe Hashem. Another one of our taller athletes.
Yeah, it's very tall. Tall athletes, that's it generally is more powerful and jump higher. So the movements, the range of motion is big. Oh, the jump is
Very
good.
high jumps.
Oh.
Oh, very, very close to the border of the competition mat there.
Yeah, good.
Good landing on the bow stance.
Sometimes you feel the athlete is very strong and very powerful, but if you see the slant direction of his extending leg is not in the same direction. So for this, we don't think that the cardio is harmony with the movement.
Yes, he's powerful, but still can work on some of these body coordination aspects of his training. And he actually hit himself in the leg just now with that butterfly kick.
Oh yeah. So this is the coordination, see, and also kind of the harmony. The athletes with the environment or the weapon.
Yes, I'm sure plenty of these athletes have quite a few bruises from that butterfly kick in training throughout their Wushu journey. But nonetheless, a very powerful performance from Joe Hashem, representing Lebanon. Final score, 8.100, currently placing in 13th with deductions 22, 50, and 73. Up next, representing Senegal, we have Khalifa Abba Bakar Fall. Can hear the power generated from the staff technique. Very strong jumps as well.
Yeah, very good.
A very high tornado kick into that split right there.
Yes, this is a very talented athlete from the Senegal.
One final.
Oh, good.
Jumping lotus, kicking that bow stance. Landing was quite clean as well. Moving into the faster section of the form. Good butterfly kick into that cross-legged sit. All right, one last section to push yourself as an athlete. All right, and a clean finish from our athlete representing Senegal. Let's await his final score. Definitely a promising future for the talent of the Senegal athletes. We've seen a lot of very strong,
And
powerful,
flexible.
yes, a good combination of both so far from these first couple days. We have our final score, 7.993, currently placing in 14th, just with a couple of those basic stances deductions. 53 that we've seen most commonly, as well as 50 and 52.
His overall performance score is not very low. If he has a good coach to guide him to improve his quality of movement, will be very good.
Yes. All right, up next from Chile, we have Renato Alfredo Silva Guerrero. Jumping front, the aerial. He changed it to a single hand cartwheel. As well as not dropping straight down into the splits for that tornado kick. But these things take time, and depending on how long the athletes have been training for, some of these athletes, they've been training for all their life, or most of their life, and some of these athletes have just picked up the guin, the cudgel. Butterfly kick to the cross-legged sitting stance.
Oh, it's a pity that his slam with a crouching stance is just escaped.
And the form is finished from our athlete representing Chile. And we are wrapping up our boys Gunshu, our cudgel category for this afternoon. This is the Group 2 Boys Youth Gunshu. First, let's talk about our final score. 7.463, currently placing in 17th with quite a few stance deductions and again the 70 category deductions, 70B, 71, and 73. And like I was saying, we are nearing the end of the boys youth Gunshu group. Next, we have from Georgia, we have Nicolozi Nutsibidze. Let's give a jai-yo to these final athletes. We have two more, including this one. And it is getting late in the evening, so these athletes need to make sure they keep themselves warmed up and push themselves as we get later into the day. All right, good aerial there into the tornado kick split, and a stable landing for that as well. Up next is that jumping lotus kick into the bow stance. All right, he landed that quite well too.
His slapping leg a little lower. Do you notice that?
I was focusing on the landing.
But his quality of movement is good. But okay, he had another mistake. The handle of the cudgel touched his sleeve. But the movement looks really good.
Yes, movements overall as a Hull for his routine. Pretty clean throughout the board. Just some of these minor details for future practice. Good crouch stance right there. Also, good generation of power coming from his lower abdomen or his dantian. And we wrap up our routine with the final empty stance. And the overhead sweep into the bow stance, and that concludes.
Yes, he already demonstrated his whole skill.
We have our final score, 8.343, currently placing in 13th with those deductions mentioned, 30, 22, 30 again, 70B, and 73.
Okay, we have the last athlete. That's from Sweden.
Yep, let's welcome Vincent Olsen onto the competition mat. And the jumping lotus kick to round up his acrobatic techniques for the first section of his routine. Clean butterfly kick into that cross-legged sitting stance. Now we're approaching the final sprint for this athlete, the last section of the routine. All right, and a great empty stance to round up his routine. And we are now concluding the last athlete from the boys youth Gunshu group, number 2. We await his final score. We can talk about the next category. A little bit different than what we've watched this afternoon. So far we've had the Gunshu, and his final score to conclude everything is 8.253, currently placing in 14th with deductions 53, 30, 22, and 50 twice.
So the deduction code is very popular among the Gunshu athletes. That's the
53.
Yeah, 53 pupu, crouching stance, and 30 is the kicking legs lower than shoulder.
So if we can advise any coaches for future training of their athletes or athletes that may be listening, really have to focus on making sure that crouching stance is the full appropriate crouching stance by the International Wushu Federation rulebook. And up next, we are welcoming our boys Taijiquan category event as our last event this afternoon in Tianjin, China. This morning we watched the girls' youth Tai Chi fan, but this is the Taijiquan, which is the empty hand routine for the Tai Chi category. We have our first athlete approaching the competition mat representing China Macau. We have Chen Ho In.
The Taijiquan also that is used the third international compulsory Taiji form. It's a mixed Chen style, Yang style.
Yes, this routine combines the two most iconic styles of Taiji across the globe and on the international scene. Like was mentioned, the Yang style Taiji and the Chen style Taiji. Furthermore, the athletes must complete their routine with music in perfect harmony and coordination. The athletes are allowed to choose the music themselves, but they should keep in mind their movements need to be on rhythm. As well as when they start and finish, they have to start and finish at the same time as their music. As we'll notice for this compulsory third international routine for the Taijiquan, the opening of the routine uses the Chen style opening. Jumping front slap into the jumping lotus kick. We have our first balance, the heel kick, well above the waist in regulation. And our second balance. This is known as the parting kick. The first one is the heel kick, and the second one is the parting kick with the toes pointed. Let's move into the
jumping tornado kick,
the single leg landing. Slight skip there, almost held it. Very close.
This is a Wu style Taiji San Tong Bei. Flash arm. And this is a balance. Is a
very
下叉
beautiful.
腿低式
The low balance with the leg crossed
Yeah.
behind, and then the raise knee into the 180 with a single leg raise knee.
And so we're following that is Chen style. Waving hand like cloud.
And so the cloud hands moving into the final Fa Jing section of the routine.
岩手红锤. Next, that is a 懒雀尾 grasp the peacock's tail.
And that wraps up our first Taijiquan routine in the boys youth Taijiquan. Thank you from the athlete representing China Macau.
The term Taiji can be first traced to the philosophical and ethical test.
We have our final score, 8.0 993, currently placing in first with a deduction of 70B. 70B is just that deduction for any of those that are just joining us now for that jump where he lost balance. Up next from Sri Lanka, we have Vihanga Satsara Wijana Yaka. This is definitely one of the more popular music pieces chosen by the Taiji athletes.
What's this name of the music? Liangzhu. Yeah, this is Liangzhu. Actually, for Taijiquan, they have two musics we can select. One is a Liangzhu, or not another one is a kind of the music provided by the coach Wang Erping.
I see. And it's popular for a reason. It goes very well with the Taiji movements, especially for this routine.
The term Taiji can be first traced to the philosophical and ethical text Zhou Yi, Xi Chi in the spring and autumn periods in Chinese dynasty. In the ever-changing universe, Taiji universe, or the origin of change, two polarities, yin and yang, was formed, which means that Taiji is the source of all things, and it encompasses the concepts of the supreme, extreme, and infinity. Taijiquan extract the same ideology and utilizes the principles of an yin and yang as expressed in the book of Change Yi Jing, as well as in Chinese medical meridian theory, combined with Taoism meditation and breathing exercise to create a martial system where practitioners' movements and techniques are expressed in terms of yin and the yang principles in movement and execution. Oh, there is additional support. During evolution, Taijiquan has formed many schools of different styles and characteristics. Among them, Chen, Yang, Wu, Sun are the leading representatives and the most widely practiced. Besides that, there are other sub-branches that are lesser known with less practitioners. These schools make up the huge system of Taijiquan. The requirement for the Taijiquan, the techniques that is Xu Ling Ding Jin, body suspended by upward pushing force. Okay, that is finished his performance. The second is Qi Chen Dan Tian, thinking of energy at the Dan Tian. Another is a Hanxiong Ba Bei. Withdraw the chest and expect the trapezius. The fourth requirement that is having a relaxed waist and a roll in the buttocks. The fifth that is keep the crotch area open, round, and maintain loose hips. In Chinese, that's 圆裆松胯. The sixth, that's the 沉肩坠肘. Sink the shoulders and drop the elbows.
We have our final score, 7.620, currently placing in second with deductions 30, 23, 70A, 70B, 71, and 26. .26 being the single knee raised position where the raised knee is not above the waist. Up next, representing Switzerland, we have Leandro Gahulong. Very high jumping front snap kick into that jumping lotus kick as well. Clean jumps, clean landings. That's what we like to see from these young athletes. Shows they already have put in the time and dedication to their art. Some people may ask why this is the third international compulsory routine and where it comes from. Well, it's actually just the third iteration of the International Wushu Federation's standardized competition forms and is the benchmark for international Taijiquan competition across the globe and in China as well. Alongside the empty hand routine, the Taijiquan third compulsory set, we have the Taijiquan. Goes hand in hand as two sides of the same coin. And when we watch these athletes, it may seem effortless or slow and relaxed, because being relaxed is the key philosophy to all of these Taijiquan performances. But in reality, the routines from the International Wushu Association require the athletes to be 3 minutes to 4 minutes long. 3 minutes and 30 seconds, sorry. And we have a final score, 8.750, currently placing in second with a deduction 70B and 70A for those jumps, and also again 26 for that Tishi Duli, also known as the single knee raised position. I assume that will be a common deduction further on in our competition. And up next from Bulgaria, we have Lubomir Senkov. First, we have the opening movements for the international routine. And grasping the peacock's tail into a fa jing. Up next is the single whip. And a holding ball into the white crane spreads its wings. Then we have the brush knee and twist step. Lou Shi Ao Bu. Another short fa jing there before the jumps. Jumping front slap into the jumping lotus, into the crouching dragon, kneeling dragon stance. Have the parry into the punch. And we have our first right heel kick. Followed by the left parting kick. Into a crouching stance. We have the 180 tornado kick, single leg landing, held the landing there. Always feel a need to hold your breath as a spectator when these athletes do these difficult movements. Great balances so far. And the outside kick, the lotus kick with the 180 turn, keeping the knee above waist level as to avoid deduction there. A fa jing. We have another grasping the peacock's tail. Into our final movements to close the form.
Very elegant performance from our athlete representing Bulgaria. Seven of 4-6, currently placing in third with 3 deductions, 30 and 70A twice. 30 is a common deduction across the jumping techniques when the toes of the kicked foot are not above the shoulder level, or the slap is missed or inaudible to the judges. Up next from Japan, we have Kawamura Shiki. Very clean Fajing peacock's tail. We can actually break it down into a couple of different movements. We have Peng, the ward off. Peng means to expand. And it is an expansive upward and outward energy that creates a full structural arch. It is the foundational energy from which all others derive. And then there's Lu, which is the roll back, the deflecting and drawing the energy that redirects the incoming force. And we have our final score, 9.133, currently placing in second with no deductions across the board. Let's welcome our athlete competing for the People's Republic of China, Wang Zixin. Very clean, elegant, relaxed opening, relaxed shoulders, relaxed elbows. Powerful Fa Jing. Into the single whip. Followed by the white crane spreads its wings and into the brush knee twist step. Jumping front slap. No deductions there, very clean. We have our first balance, the heel kick. Followed by the parting kick. Both well in regulation standard for these balances, effortless. We have the final jumping acrobatic technique, the tornado kick 180. Great landing there. Clean jumps across his entire routine. Alright, the low balance with the leg crossed behind into the crescent kick, 180, single leg balance, knee above the waist, no deductions there. These young athletes representing the People's Republic of China at this young of an age, being able to show such strength in their competition shows how developed Wushu has become. And that wraps up our form from Wang Zixun representing People's Republic of China. Thank you.
Athlete number 7, Wang Zixun from China. The final score is 9.270.
Final score 9.270. Currently in first place with no deductions across the board. With a performance like that, you can't expect much less. Our current top 3 contenders are from China and China Taipei and Japan. And up next, we'll see if our athlete representing Malaysia can keep up. Let's welcome Lin Qi-shen. Very high jumping front snap into that lotus kick.
We have our first balance, the heel kick, well above the waist. And our second balance, the parting kick. Get ready for the 180 tornado kick into the single leg landing. Alright, still landed that as well to complete his last difficulty movements. Again, although the third generation international compulsory set for the Taijiquan event has no difficulty score, it is combined with the rest of their overall performance, combined with their rest of their 5.0 score, adding to a total of 7. And their overall performance score can equate to a total of 3. A little bit of a loss of balance there on the 180 single leg raised knee. All right, another very great performance from our athlete representing Malaysia. Just a little slip up there on that balance. Yep, we have a final score, 9.080, currently placing in 4th. With that deduction I mentioned, 70A, the loss of balance. The official name for that deduction is the torso sweep. And up next, representing China, Hong Kong, we have Hun Hao Ran. Very good jumps to start off this routine. So yes, for a compulsory form like this, the difficulty movements are clustered with the quality of movements, where in contemporary routines, the quality of movements are a 5.0 weighted score, whereas when they are combined, they add up to a total of a 7.0. beautiful heel kick there. Next into the parting kick. Into the crouching stance. Beautiful display of grounded balance and rooted to this competition mat. One more difficulty movement. The tornado kick 180. Slide skip there. Now, that would be the deduction 70B for loss of balance. Very clean there. Let's look at the crescent kick into the 180. Make sure that knee is above the waist, and you're good to go. Clean on those last couple of balances, remained focused regardless of that slight mishap during the jump. Very great performance from our athlete representing China, Hong Kong. Final score 9.026, currently placing in 5th with that one deduction mentioned, the 70B where the foot skips after that jump. Up next, representing India, we have Nyan Thoeba Nyang Maitem. Another way we can categorize the differences between events like Taijiquan and Changquan events are 外家 and 内家. 外家 means external martial art, and the 内家 means internal martial art, schools. And Taiji is one of these internal martial arts, similar to things like Ba Gua. Whereas 外家, or external martial arts, would be styles such as Changquan and Nanquan. And the internal principle of Taiji is Yi, Qi, and Jin, the mind, the vital energy, and the internal power. That's why when we mention these Fa Jing movements, like right there, it comes from internally, as well as those very clean jumps. The internal coordination of these explosive power movements seen within this routine is a good way to gauge the level of athletes, because a simple movement like a peng to a 旋风脚 must be generated from this internal hierarchy of the yi, qi, and jin. A judge will evaluate whether a technique is stiff, and pity there on that 180. Tornado kick, single leg. The 180 single leg raise knee. A lot of potential in this athlete for sure. Actually, only been training since 2022, and he is a national gold medalist for India. And we can see his prowess. Aside from that minor mishap during the difficulty movement, overall performance was quite good with a high overall score of 1.976, with a final score of 8.726, currently placing in 9th with those deductions mentioned earlier, 70A and 70B. As well as one other deduction from the jumping techniques, which is number 30. And we move on to our next athlete representing Canada, Jun Chengyang. Another important aspect when discussing the differences between a style like Changquan and Taijiquan is whether or not an athlete is fully stopping their movements, whereas in Changquan there are a lot of sudden stops and sudden starts to movements. But in Taijiquan and the yin-yang theory specifically, there's never any instance where an athlete comes to a complete stop. As it is theorized in Taijiquan, there's stillness within movement and movement within stillness, the yin and yang theory, where you cannot have one without the other. Although the forms may alternate between periods of dynamic action and moments of apparent stillness, and may seem extremely slow or controlled motion, there is never once where an athlete should ever come to a complete stop. As we can see very clearly in these athletes at a higher level and have a good foundational grasp of the meaning behind the Taijiquan. Our first heel kick balance.
followed by the parting kick. Clean balances so far into this drop stance. As we approach the 180 tornado kick. Alright, that will be the deduction 70B for loss of balance there. But the difficulty movements are only one aspect of the routine. Although it may move these athletes from a top standing all the way down to the bottom, overall this athlete has a very strong foundational skills and great balances so far with this last balance. Very nice. The outside crescent kick into the 180, the knee above the waist there. Another well-rounded routine and performance from our athlete representing Canada. Final score 8.820, currently placing in 7th with a deduction 70B for the loss of balance. Up next, representing Vietnam, we have Kak Le Hong Nguyen. This is actually one of the previous gold medalists from the 2024 National Junior Wushu Championships. Let's see how his performance then compares to his performance today. Very high jumps with that jumping front snap into the lotus kick.
Here we have our first balance, the heel kick. And into the parting kick. One final jumping technique, the tornado kick, and loss of balance there as well. And that wraps up most of the balances for this routine, going into some final techniques like the cloud hands. And one final fa jing. Into the grasping peacock's tail, Peng Lu Jian. In Chinese, that movement is called Lan Chui Wei, but the technical requirements for that final movement are called Peng Lu Jian. And that wraps up our routine from our athlete representing Vietnam. Very strong performance as well, and a great display of his foundational techniques. Just a little bit of a mishap there on the jump. Yep, we have our final score, 8.783, currently placing in 8th with those 2 deductions on the jumps, 70B and 70A, as well as deduction number 26 for the single knee raised position. Single knee raised position is very close. He was around hip level, but he definitely wasn't surpassing that his waist level for where his knee position was, so the judges gave him a deduction for that as well. And up next we have representing the Republic of Korea, the Tae-hun. We can notice from the expression of the Fa Jing, his power expression, not necessarily coming from the hip region. A little bit rigid on these, but good jumps regardless. Very nice jumps. One of our athletes on the little bit taller side, can expect to see good jumps from these athletes.
Have some balances. Very clean heel kick there. And we have the parting kick. Very high as well. One more jumping technique to go, the 180 tornado kick. To the single leg landing. Almost had it, but there was a slight adjustment in the feet before he finished his movement. One of the most difficult balances, very close to the ground right there with his foot. We have the crescent kick into the 180. Also very close there with the single knee raised position for that last balance. We'll have to see what the judges have to say about that. He started above the waist, but as he did the 180 movement, his knee dropped. We have the final grasping the peacock's tail to round up this compulsory routine. Great performance from our athlete from the boys to Taijiquan category representing Korea.
Athlete number 13, Day2 from Republic of Korea. The final score is 8.326. As number 14.
Final score 8.376. Currently in 12th place. And up next, representing Latvia, we have Robert Rittenbergs. Have the heel kick above the waist. It's all that is required for this routine. Very difficult for these taller athletes. And the parting kick. We have the tornado kick. Slight loss of balance there on the single leg landing. And we're reaching our final balances. Very clean balance there. The crescent kick into the 180, the single leg on the raised knee position. But we have to keep in mind the raised knee needs to be above the waist level for that 180 movement. All right, and that wraps up our routine from our athlete representing Latvia. We have our final score, 7.863, currently placing in 13th with deductions 30, 23, 70B, 70A, and 26.
Please enter the arena. Athlete number 16, please be prepared.
As well as a new deduction for number 59, which is for the stances and footwork. Up next from Ukraine, we have Nikita Kucheruk. So back onto the topic of power generation for Taiji because the generation needs to come from internally. And what does that mean? Well, the root is in your feet, just like a tree would be, from the bottom of the ground into the ground, grasping into the soil. And through that flows into your body and generating into your dantian being your lower abdominal area and your waist area. And it is controlled in this area, and it is manifested into the hands. This kinetic chain of power generation is strictly bottom up and cannot work vice in the other direction. It always travels up and through the legs, directed by the waist, and it is expressed outwards through the extremities. One other thing to mention too about the theory behind Taijiquan is, yes, we have the relaxation aspect, but there's a saying translated as a feather cannot be placed and a fly cannot be a light. This basically just means the practitioner's sensitivity and structural neutrality are refined that even the slightest force is detected and neutralized. To further explain this, we can explain it as the balance between your body being stiff and slack and relaxed. Neither is the body stiff, nor is it too relaxed, in a sense. These are the yin-yang and Taijiquan fundamentals. And that wraps up our performance from Nikita representing Ukraine. And outside of competition as well, we can look at these athletes' training histories and see whether they're in their initial stage, intermediate stage, or advanced stages of training. A lot of these balance holding techniques and postures require athletes to be calm on the competition mat. We have our final score, 7.770, currently placing in 14th. How can we determine whether these athletes are at a high level or at a beginner level? Well, there's a lot of holding and balancing postures such as the heel kick and the parting kick. And we have athletes practice for short durations of time, maybe 1 to 3 minutes. But if an athlete can hold one of these stances for 20 minutes at a time, well, then you have a pretty confident way of telling their high level. And this is from Italy, Lorenzo Armani. have our heel kick single leg balance. And into the parting kick. Very good balance there. The leg behind into the lotus kick. And that wraps up our athletes form from Italy. No worries about the current level of any athlete right now, because there will be plenty of competitions in the future. It's a growing experience for all these athletes to come here in Tianjin, China, to the 10th World Junior Wushu Championships. So what is the motto of the competition? We'll talk about that after we announce his final score, being 7.743, currently placing in 15th. So the motto of this competition is "Where Wushu Dreams Ignite." And up next we have from Senegal, Mahib Amar. Where Wushu Dreams Ignite. Igniting of a fire, or igniting of anything, is only the start to something bigger for these youth athletes to, when they eventually become adults and continue their wushu career. White crane spreads its wings. Into the brush knee twist step. jumping front snap into the jumping lotus kick. We have the heel kick for balance. These heel kicks definitely combine the nature of what Taiji is, the flexibility and strength and relaxation aspects. Balance. His back leg there touched the ground, which is a deduction for the jumping tornado kick. Have the last combination of balances. The crescent kick into the single leg, the raised knee and the 180 there. However, from my angle, it wasn't clear whether or not on the back side of that spin his knee was lowered, but from his final position, it seemed like there could be deductions there for that, for sure. And this is one of the things we were talking about the rhythm and the coordination of the athletes with their music. Because his music stopped as well before he finished his routine. And as we can see the replay of that jumping front slap kick, the foot was not above the shoulder height. Regardless of the final score, as we await, the deductions are just a point of learning and feedback for the athletes. And we have a final score, 7.383, currently placing in 17th.
The final score is 7.383. Athlete number 18, please exit the arena. Athlete number 19, please be prepared.
17号运动员塞内加尔马西布阿马尔。
Up next, representing Bangladesh, we have Nishan Chaudhary Shavu. It's important to not to focus on just trying to have the lowest possible stances, but also the quality of your stances and your footwork technique. Jumping front snap into the jumping lotus kick. The yin and yang in Tai Chi can be explained from countless angles, whether it's the hands and the feet, can be the upper body and the lower body, and generally anywhere there is some form of opposite push and pull force. Like the single leg balances right here. One leg is the grounded root of your balance, and the other leg is high up into the air, showing the aesthetic prowess of the balance. We have the tornado kick, single leg landing there. The flashing hands. Very good balance there on that last stance. His foot was actually very far away from the ground, which is very difficult to complete. No wonder why this athlete started practicing Tai Chi. There is definitely some talent there just with that movement alone, so we can continue his journey and improve these other aspects. I'm sure he has a lot of potential. Really just comes down to experience and time of practice. As we now wrap up his routine with the final closing movements. We have our final scores. 8.080, currently placing in 13th with deductions 30, 70A, and 26. 30 is the deduction for the jumping front slap kick, tornado kick, or the jumping lotus kick, where the toes slap either made no sound or they were not above shoulder level. Up next, representing China, Hong Kong, is Lo An Hong. Great foundational techniques so far. Very high jumping front snap into that lotus kick as well. Clean jump so far, clean techniques. We can see more yin and yang aspects of these movements. You have a blocking hand and then an attacking hand. And as we mentioned before, the heel kick, leg in the air, leg on the ground. We have the parting kick. Into the crouching stance. Getting ready for the tornado kick 180. Okay, he caught that quite well. Very good landing on that. Very nice single leg balance right there into the crescent kick and the 180 to round it off. Very clean combination of balances. Let's see if it's smooth sailing for the rest of his routine. Alright, and that wraps up our routine from our athlete representing China, Hong Kong. So when we talk about the generation of power or the concept of Jin, we'll get back to in a second. We have our final score, 9.086, currently placing in fourth with one deduction, 778, which was the slight torso sway for that last jumping tornado kick. Up next, representing Turkey, we have Bakir Alperen Tasedemir. I'm sorry. They first have another athlete on the board, and it is representing Egypt. This is Bilal Hassan Tahsin Mohammed. On deck is our athlete from Turkey. And so while we are spectating these athletes and their fa jins, their expression of power through internalization all the way from the ground into their hands, like this, we have 4 stages for this concept. There is Shun, a smooth and flowing stage. We have Tong, the open and connected internal connections. And then we have To, means penetrating, the ability to project the power. And then the last thing is Kong, which is the highest level and the final relaxation level of these fa jings. So Shun, or the smooth flowing, the initial stage movement becomes coordinated and tension begins to dissolve. The practitioner can maintain the structure and smoothness through this form. Moving on to Tong, the open and connected spot. good jump there with the jumping front slap kick into the jumping lotus kick. The internal connections are then established from the initial stage, and when one part moves, the whole body moves. So this idea of moving your body as a whole. When your hands move, your feet move as well. When your shoulders move, you lead your knees, and your hips generate the power. You move shoulders. It's where you relax, and then you go into your elbows, to your hands, and all the way throughout to outside of where your body can control. There's never any separation between the upper and lower or the left and right. The energy flows freely through these meridians in the Taiji theory. The following stage, the Taolu, or the penetrating stage, is the ability to project the power developed here, and the power is no longer expressed only through the surface, but could be transmitted through an object or an opponent. And the last thing is Kong, the empty part of the Fa Jing, the ultimate stage of relaxation after the punch. A very beautiful balance there into a clean, effortless crescent kick and a 180 balance to round up all of the difficult movements in this routine. Very clean overall. And Taiji and Taijiquan in the theory is the embodiment of being like flowing water. The goal is never to meet force with force per se, whereas water slowly wears down rocks and flows around it time to time. When attack, the practitioner yields and redirects the incoming force. And that is the big idea behind Taijiquan. We have our final score, very high, 9.083, currently placing in 5th with no deductions across the board on any of the jumpings or basic foundational techniques. Up now is from Turkey. This is Bakir Alperen Tesedmir. We are reaching the final section of our program today, the 4th session of the 10th World Junior Wushu Championships. We have just a few more athletes to go. Let's see if anyone can take the top spots from these remaining athletes. Have our first Fa Jing. Into the single whip, spiraling motion. And into the white crane spreads its wings, followed by the brush knee twist step. Jumping front slap into the lotus. And a stable landing there as well, directly down into that final half split. We have our first balance, the heel kick very high above face level. Followed by the parting kick. A little bit lower than his heel kick, but still well within competition regulation. We can get to the tornado kick. A little bit of an unstable landing there. But it's no worry to continue on with the routine. As we reach the last couple balances for our routine. Very good balance. The crescent kick. However, that last balance was a little bit iffy there. The raised knee was not above the waist level, so we expect to see deduction number 26 for that last single knee raised position, also known as the Tishidu knee. That wraps up our athlete's performance from Turkey. Overall, a very valuable learning experience for this athlete. Final score of 7.856, currently placing in 17th. Deductions 70B and 70A, quite common across his deduction scores.
Athlete number 23, please be prepared.
21号运动员土耳其贝吉尔阿尔普伦最后得分7.856分。
Up next, representing Morocco, we have Osama El Maginoy. Athletes raise their hand to start the music. Let's begin the routine. Have our opening section. A relatively good display of the Faqing. White crane spreads his wings into the brush knee twist step. Jumping front slap into the jumping lotus, into that half split. This movement here is a very good example of yin yang. In Chinese, it's called Tao Zhen Gong. While one hand pushes and you move backwards, your elbow pulls in the opposite direction. Heel kick. Into a punch at both ears, and then the next parting kick. A little bit of a loss of balance there. Slight skip with his balancing leg into that crouch stance. Now we have our 180-degree tornado kick. Also a deduction there for the loss of balance. Could be nerves as well for a lot of these loss of balances. Especially for these young athletes needing to control their emotions on the stage, the competition mat, especially after making one mistake. Alright, and that concludes his routine. Thank you from Morocco. Stuck through it, got through the entire routine, and that's what's most important. The spirit of Wushu. A lot of these athletes, they're making mistakes in the competition on the mat in front of the judges because of nerves. We have our final score, 7.833, currently putting him in 18th place. But not once have any of our athletes today made a mistake and given up mid-performance, which is the core idea of what Wushu athletes should embody in their training. No matter how many failures, no matter how many mistakes, continue to push on and improve. And up next from Kyrgyzstan, we have Eric Abdilayev. This is our 23rd athlete, second final athlete for this session. Get ready to close the afternoon session. Guess it's not really afternoon anymore. It is 6:40 p.m. Currently here in Tianjin. These basic foundational movements like the brush knee twist step are important for our athletes to have a strong grasp before they even begin to learn these routines. The idea of expanding to the fullest without expanding beyond. Another aspect with these movements too is your body moves all at the same time. Never once do you stop. Your legs moving with your hands throughout each movement. When you do a posture to remain stillness, every movement up to that posture leading to it should be simultaneous as control of the whole body. Some more beginner athletes beginning their Wushu or Taijiquan journey may first move their feet and then move their hands to their final position. But in reality, you have to focus on both at the same time. More of the idea of yin and yang. Tornado kick 180 and a skip there as well. Loss of balance. Especially when we get to these difficult movements like the balance right here. As we get later into the day, a slight, quite big deduction there for additional support. The back leg touched the ground fully and his weight shifted to his back leg. But as we get later into the day and wrap up our competition, the athletes become less warmed up and they start to cool down. Seems our athlete has gone over his time and not finished with the music. So the standard requirements for these Taijiquan routines, the third generation compulsory set, is 3 minutes and 30 seconds to 4 minutes, give or take a few seconds. However, this athlete 4 minutes and 26 seconds, and also finished on the different side of the competition mat. So we will see what the judges have to say about that in a moment. And Tai Chi, especially with these difficulty movements. These athletes have been here all day since the morning. We have our final score, 6.750, currently placing in 23rd. He had a deduction for time. And now we reach our last and final athlete for the boys youth Taijiquan. This is Marshall Brayton representing the USA. White crane spreads its wings into the brush knee twist step. Good stances and a generation of power so far. A high jumping front slap kick into that jumping lotus kick into the half split. Clean landings as well for that. We have our first balance, the heel kick. Followed by this parting kick. Very good balances so far. No instability whatsoever. See how his final jumping technique plays into his routine. The 180 tornado kick, single leg landing. Very high clean landing as well. What a strong performance so far from his jumping techniques. And we have these last couple of balances to round up his routine. Clean balance there. We have the outside crescent kick into the 180 spin with the single knee raised above the waist. Into cloud hands. And one final Fa Jing. The ability to go from this empty state straight into this full power state in Taiji is very important for generating power, or Fa Jing. And a beautiful display of that from our athlete's performance representing the USA. Perfectly in time with his music as well. A strong performance to close out our boys' youth Taijiquan. Let's see what the judges have to say as we await for his final score. All right, so we have our final score currently placing in 7th with a 9.040 with deduction number 26. So before we leave, the 26 is a very common deduction we've seen today, is the raised knee not above the waist level for that last balance. And with that, we conclude the boys youth Taijiquan category and today's event session number 4. Thank you for joining us. It's a wonderful competition in Tianjin, the 10th World Junior Champion Wushu Championships, where Wushu dreams ignite. Thank you.
123，123，测试测试。这是第二个比赛日下午竞赛单元的所有比赛，稍后将要进行的是颁奖仪式。Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony will be held in a short period of time. Please stay tuned.
女士们、先生们，第10届世界青少年武术锦标赛男子少年组男拳颁奖仪式现在开始。
Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony of the Boys Junior 男拳 now begins.
有请获奖运动员、颁奖嘉宾入场。
Let's welcome the medalists and presenters.
为运动员颁奖的是
The medals and the certifications will be presented by
国际武术联合会技术委员副主任
Technical Committee Vice Chair of the International Wushu Federation
吕小玲女士，国际武术联合会运动员委员会委员
Athletes Committee Member of the International Wushu Federation Mr. Justin Benedict.
获得铜牌的是来自美国
Bronze medalist representing the United States of America, Jaden Kandra.
获得银牌的是来自哈萨克斯坦
Silver medalist representing Kazakhstan, Daniel Zechula.
获得金牌的是来自越南
And gold medalist representing Vietnam, Jia Hu Ha.
有请颁奖嘉宾为获奖运动员颁奖。
Please welcome presenters to award the winning athletes.
女士们、先生们，请起立，奏越南国歌。
Ladies and gentlemen, if you may, please stand for the national anthem of Vietnam.
请坐。
Please be seated.
请颁奖嘉宾和获奖运动员合影留念。
May we invite the presenters and athletes to take a group photo.
让我们向获奖运动员表示热烈的祝贺。
Congratulations to all the medalists.
女士们、先生们，第10届世界青少年武术锦标赛男子少年组男拳颁奖仪式到此结束。
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the award ceremony for Boys Junior 男拳。
女士们、先生们，第10届世界青少年武术锦标赛女子少年组男拳颁奖仪式现在开始。
Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony for the Girls Junior 男拳 now begins.
有请获奖运动员、颁奖嘉宾入场。
Let's welcome the medalists and the presenters.
为运动员颁奖的是
The medals and the certifications will be presented by
国际武术联合会裁判员委员长委员
Judges Committee member of the International Wushu Federation
郭一万先生，国际武术联合会技术委员会委员
Technical Committee member of the International Wushu Federation
荣军先生。获得铜牌的是来自新加坡
Bronze medalist representing Singapore, Claudia.
获得银牌的是来自中华台北
Silver medalist representing Chinese Taipei.
张桂琪。获得金牌的是来自印度尼西亚
And gold medalist representing Indonesia, Clara Abigail.
有请颁奖嘉宾为获奖运动员颁奖。
Please welcome presenters to award the winning athletes.
女士们、先生们，请起立，奏印度尼西亚国歌。
Ladies and gentlemen, if you may, please stand for the national anthem of Indonesia. Please be seated.
请颁奖嘉宾和获奖运动员合影留念。
May we invite the presenters and athletes to take a group photo.
让我们向获奖运动员表示热烈的祝贺。
Congratulations to all the medalists.
女士们、先生们，第10届世界青少年武术锦标赛女子少年组男拳颁奖仪式到此结束。
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the award ceremony for Girls Junior 男拳。
女士们、先生们，第10届世界青少年武术锦标赛男子儿童组长拳颁奖仪式现在开始。
Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony for the boys' children 长拳 now begins.
有请获奖运动员、颁奖嘉宾入场。
Let's welcome the medalists and presenters.
为运动员颁奖的是
The medals and the certification will be presented by
国际武术联合会道德委员会主任
Ethics Committee Chair of the International Wushu Federation,
卢松先生，天津市南开区体育局局长
General Director of Sport Bureau of Nankai District of Tianjin,
王守华先生。获得铜牌的是来自马来西亚
Bronze medalist representing Malaysia, Wee Brang Hao Chen.
获得银牌的是来自印度尼西亚
And silver medalist representing Indonesia, K. Jaden Rondonomu.
获得金牌的是来自中国香港
And gold medalist representing Hong Kong, China.
叶永熙。有请颁奖嘉宾为获奖运动员颁奖。
Please welcome presenters to award the winning athletes.
女士们、先生们，请起立，奏中华人民共和国国歌。
Ladies and gentlemen, if you may, please stand for the national anthem of the People's Republic of China.
中
请坐。
Please be seated.
请颁奖嘉宾和获奖运动员合影留念。
May we invite the presenters and athletes to take a group photo.
让我们向获奖运动员表示热烈的祝贺。
Congratulations to all the medalists.
女士们、先生们，第10届世界青少年武术锦标赛男子儿童组长拳颁奖仪式到此结束。
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the award ceremony for boys children 长拳。
女士们、先生们，第10届世界青少年武术锦标赛男子儿童组男刀颁奖仪式现在开始。
Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony for the boys children 男刀 now begins.
有请获奖运动员、颁奖嘉宾入场。
Let's welcome the medalists and presenters.
为运动员颁奖的是
The medals and the certifications will be presented by
国际武术联合会技术委员副主任
Technical Committee Vice Chair of the International Wushu Federation
邵兆明先生，国际武术联合会技术委员会委员
Technical Committee Member of the International Wushu Federation Mr. Abdulrahman Isahi
获得铜牌的是来自马来西亚
Bronze medalist representing Malaysia Hindaran Chiyik
获得银牌的是来自突尼斯
and silver medalist representing Tunisia Hamami Hamza
获得金牌的是来自越南
and gold medalist representing Vietnam and Hoa Luke
有请颁奖嘉宾为获奖运动员颁奖。
Please welcome presenters to award the winning athletes.
“女士们、先生们，请起立，奏越南国歌。”
Ladies and gentlemen, if you may, please stand for the national anthem of Vietnam.
坐。
Please be seated.
请颁奖嘉宾和获奖运动员合影留念。
May we invite presenters and athletes to take a group photo.
让我们向获奖运动员表示热烈的祝贺。
Congratulations to all the medalists.
女士们、先生们，第10届世界青少年武术锦标赛男子儿童组男刀颁奖仪式到此结束。
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the award ceremony for boys children Nandao.
女士们、先生们，第10届世界青少年武术锦标赛男子青年组太极拳颁奖仪式现在开始。
Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony of the boys youth Taijiquan now begins.
有请获奖运动员、颁奖嘉宾入场。
Let's welcome the medalists and presenters.
为运动员颁奖的是
The medals and the certification will be presented by
国际武术联合会副主席、
Vice President of the International Wushu Federation, Mr. Patrick Van Cabenhut.
国际武术联合会执行委员会委员、运动员委员会主任、
Executive Board Member of the Athletes Committee Chair of the International Wushu Federation.
赖小小女士。 获得铜牌的是来自中华台北
Bronze medalist representing Chinese Taipei.
叶云成，获得银牌的是来自日本
Silver medalist representing Japan, Kabamura Shiki.
获得金牌的是来自中国
And gold medalist representing China.
王子欣。有请颁奖嘉宾为获奖运动员颁奖。
Please welcome the presenters to award the winning athletes.
女士们、先生们，请起立，奏中华人民共和国国歌。
Ladies and gentlemen, if you may, please stand for the national anthem of the People's Republic of China.
《
请坐。
Please be seated.
请颁奖嘉宾和获奖运动员合影留念。
May we invite presenters and athletes to take a group photo.
让我们向获奖运动员表示热烈的祝贺。
Congratulations to all the medalists.
女士们、先生们，第10届世界青少年武术锦标赛男子青年组太极拳颁奖仪式到此结束。
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the award ceremony for Boys Youth Taijiquan.
感谢各位技术官员、运动员、教练员、工作人员以及志愿者的辛勤工作。你们的努力为今天比赛的现场的各位观众奉献了一场精彩的比赛。愿各位保持良好的状态，迎接并创造下一个精彩。
Thank you to all the technical officials, athletes, coaches, staff, and volunteers for your hard work. Your